Mike Mercer, and I'm the vice provost for global affairs, and uh, I want to welcome all of you to this event, which was postponed um, due to inclement weather. Uh, and we didn't want to postpone it, but the university closed due to climate change. Uh, um, we thought in our office uh, that it would be a good idea with such a momentous event in Paris uh, to talk about it on the campus. Many of you are doing that in different ways, including course people that will be speaking today, and they'll say more about this, but we thought it would be good just to get people together and hear what happened. Um, and that was really the purpose of the event. I want to thank uh, the Duke Energy Initiative and the Duke Nicholas Institute for Environmental Policy for sponsoring this. Uh, um, and, and of course, my our staff in the in our office uh, collect water and Emily Public who don't want to speak um, uh, about this except to say that it is someone who uh, has 5 colleagues here who um, I really want to make sure we have a full time to explore the depths of their knowledge and their expertise in, in, uh, in the agreement and in the context of the agreement. Um, but let me just say a few words of introduction. Um, I think that uh, climate change uh, and the challenge of it is really one of the challenges, if not to some of us, the challenge of our generation. And as a great university, I think Duke has an obligation to engage it, and thankfully, still here today. We have we have truly in, engaged across the board and across the campus. Um, many of us on this panel, I think, you know, John and I are talking about Jonathan was involved in the negotiation of the Kyoto Pact, the precursor framework convention. Oh my gosh, the the underlying uh, uh, treaty um, uh, uh, that uh, that underlies all the activity and climate change
then, you know, and then Duke has engaged, you know, with his students, and Emily was here as a representative of the group of students who went to the uh, uh, to this camp, and many of its predecessors to my right, uh, Brian Murray, Emily Petcher, and Drew Schendel are all um, representatives who are on the ground in Paris. And, and actually working on the issues uh, uh, of the agreement from various uh, vantage points. Um, uh, Brian is my colleague in Nicholas Institute, our director of economic analysis, and was there working on a number of the issues the institute is engaged in. Um, with uh, particularly in the, how this policy can create sort of building up to a global program on on greenhouse gas abatement. Emily co-ran the practicum course that Billy and Jonathan taught. Um, and Drew was there as part of the Clean Air and Climate Change Coalition, or if I reverse that, in terms of the acronym. Uh, but really, I think importantly bringing a focus on how air pollution is correlated with greenhouse gases, and we can't, you know, work on one and lose the other, and together they actually might be able to motivate more behavior if we work on both. And finally, I'm going to ask Billy Pizer of the San Francisco School and the faculty fellow in the Nicholas Institute to help us think about the context of the
the Paris talks. It's um, it, it, it has been a long road, and among the questions that we may have about after the Paris talks are how did we get here? What will this achieve, and why did it take so long? And I hope we can uh, shed light on each of those kinds of questions. I started working on this uh, back in actually the late 1980s, uh, when uh, I had the opportunity to work in the U.S. government and in the Justice Department and then at the White House in both the Bush father administration and the Bill Clinton administration on this issue, and I had the privilege of getting to serve on the U.S. delegation to the negotiations of the Framework Convention on Climate Change. That's the first treaty. We could think of that as the Rio Treaty. It was signed at the Rio Earth Summit in June of 1992. And that was the time of, 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 of enormous activity about climate change, uh, internationally and in the United States. Uh, the an emphasis on climate change. James Hansen from NASA gave a famous testimony on the prospects for climate change, was Tilly, Virginia. Uh, uh, Outside Washington, D.C. at a um, kind of conference center in a pastoral setting. And then there were a series of negotiating sessions around the world in different countries, culminating in the signing of the framework convention in Rio at the Earth Summit, which also addressed many other environmental uh, issues, including biodiversity, uh, and a number of others. So, one, I think there are uh, several issues that we're going to discuss today, but at least among them, not an exhaustive list, but among them, whatever interest groups might be rallying to oppose these agreements or uh, 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 advertising to uh, raise skepticism about the science of climate change. There's the fundamental reality that there is no world government. There is no central decision maker or even majoritarian decision maker. Countries are only bound under international law by the treaties they consent to join. So the treaty design itself has to offer attractive incentives for countries to join, or they won't. And uh, uh, one of the reasons it's taken so long is the search for a way to design the treaty regime to be attractive to uh, uh, to all those countries. So the framework convention in Rio uh, had uh, provisions which called on all parties to take policies and measures to reduce their emissions of greenhouse gases. All parties. It also had a further provision calling on industrialized or developed countries to aim to reduce their emissions uh, by the year 2000 to 1990 levels. But that was even written in a complicated way. Uh, and it had provisions for a kind of efficiency mechanism, for a kind of international trading, although since there was no formal cap or target on global emissions or even on national emissions, it had an informal version of that called joint implementation. Um, and that was at the same time, by the way, that the United States in 1990 had just enacted a formal cap and trade system for SO2, for acid rain, in the United States. And so the Bush father administration, Republican administration, was interested in cap and trade as a mechanism for greenhouse gas emissions control internationally and domestically. Was I would say fairly enthusiastic about that. If it could be designed uh, in the right way. Well, the uh, Paris Agreement that we just saw is often discussed 1997, because the Kyoto Protocol was designed so that only industrialized countries would have targets for emissions. And uh, the result of that was that China, India, Brazil, etc., had no obligation to reduce their emissions under the Kyoto Protocol. And as a result of that, the United States did not ratify the Kyoto Protocol. The United States Senate voted 95 to 0 not to ratify. So all the Democrats, as well as all the Republicans, Senator John Kerry was a member of that Senate. The Kyoto Protocol was designed in a way that led to it being deemed unattractive to participate by um, key emitting countries. And the Copenhagen meeting in 2009 was in many ways a major step towards healing that divide between industrialized and developing countries. It was the first, the Copenhagen meeting in 2009 was the Obama. It was also the major agreement, the major meeting during the onset of the global recession. And uh, just to put that in context, at the time of the framework convention and the Kyoto Protocol, the United, back in the 1990s, the United States emitted about twice as much CO2 as China. And by today, China emits about twice as much CO2 as the United States. So omitting major developing countries was calculated to fail to address the climate change problem effectively on ambition, and also in terms of efficiency and participation. So it's a long, uh, difficult road to negotiate a major international agreement on a global environmental problem that is also a global economic issue, and that affects economic growth and industry structure in every country. So I I don't think we should be so uh, uh, pessimistic about how long it has achieve. I have my own thoughts on that, uh, but I want to uh, hear what my colleagues, uh, including those who are at the Paris Agreement, uh, have to say uh, about that. Uh, I think clearly a notable success of the Paris Agreement is participation. Now, all countries, essentially all countries in the world, almost have submitted their national contributions to the Paris Agreement, and the Paris Agreement calls on all countries to take action to mitigate climate change. Um, and uh, uh, it then remains to be seen how effective, how ambitious, how effective, how efficient uh, those national, that that aggregate of national contributions will be. So I'll stop there
calling that from this point forward. This moment is quite a bit different for a variety of reasons. Um, not the least of which is what happened in Paris the week before the COP, which is the, you know, the terrorist attacks. And in the sense of mourning and goodwill that was actually expressed by all the other countries in the world towards France for hosting. It's really important to understand how important the role is of the host country in ensuring that an agreement happens. They are not just there making sure that the trains run on time and that there are enough hotel rooms. They are actually the ones responsible in essence for getting an agreement done. And it's a hard enough job, and it's sad that it came to the terrorist attack that provided the goodwill, but there was much goodwill given to the country that I think was instrumental in helping an agreement get hammered out. I don't think there was much doubt throughout the meetings for 2 weeks that an agreement was going to happen, and that is what one of the things that made it different. Um, so this Kyoto world where really only developed countries had mitigation responsibilities, and developing countries did not. And the problems associated with that, because that was as defined in 1997, and it didn't provide anywhere near enough emissions coverage to get things done, as well as a dynamic definition of what's rich and what's poor. The probably midway through the second week, a lot of the language, the draft language in the agreement actually looked very, very Kyoto-like. It looked like much of the responsibility was still going to fall on developed countries and uh, and developing countries could um, uh, essentially take a back seat, um, and and you, you could argue that 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 you know we could argue the fairness aspects to that from a practical standpoint. That wasn't that was going to be a tough deal. Um, but towards the end of the week, even the just the subtle use of language like um, that moving from the notion that developed countries would act and then developing countries would act next to develop countries shall lead in these efforts, which is actually a big symbolic I'll answer any questions later if you want to talk about that. Another important symbolic element of the um, final agreement was how the 2-degree C target came out of the woodwork and became a 1.5-degree target. And what is what what this does and does not mean. So the agreement that was signed in Paris now has the aim of holding the increase in the global average temperature to well below 2 degrees C, above pre-industrial levels, and to pursue efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees C. So, um, I would say over the 2 weeks and really leading up to Paris and the 2 weeks there, this really evolved from what I would say a bit of a, of a pipe dream or um, you know, a strong hope by uh, um, environmental activists throughout the world that this was something that would be agreed to. Uh, to an actual reality in that was written in the text. I was kind of surprised that it came to that. I suppose because I thought there would be a lot of pushback. And here's kind of what I discovered. agreement had pledges or obligations or commitments that are going to reduce the increase in temperature to 2 or 1.5 degrees. That did not happen. Okay, that's going to take a longer term, more stringent agreement with teeth from more actors than occurred in Paris. So some would say, well, this is just greenwashing. This is just not important, but it is important. And the reason it's important is there are two significant reasons why it's important. One is that it, it set an ambitious goal for future talks, because Paris was never going to solve the problem in and of itself. It had to kick gears into place that would lead to continued play in the game of mitigating greenhouse gas emissions. Their role of the 196 countries that are there, the low-lying island countries, their role is to keep on those countries that do emit greenhouse gases to be more ambitious and choose stronger targets in the future for their very existence. Because there's some uncertainty associated with it, but a future world of 2 degrees C above pre-industrial level spells the end of existence for some low-lying island countries, and so this is a reminder to the rest of the world that ultimately this is the type of thing that the agreement is supposed to be um, dealing with. The last thing I will mention um, is the role of forests and land use. Forests and land use count for about 1/3 of global emissions. That's a bit surprising to some people. It's more than the transportation sector. Uh, about half of that is due to deforestation, and the rest of it is due to agriculture. Um, so it's an important source. It's an important source that is comes from developing countries. So it has a certain political would not mention forest or land use. So this is seen by those who advocate it a strong role in the international agreements, and much of the work we've done at Duke has contributed that discussion. This is a very important outcome. So. Emily?
Tim and all the organizers for letting us participate in this wonderful event. Um, I'm as Tim mentioned, I'm one of the co-leaders of the UN climate change negotiations practicum, which is a class that meets every fall with graduate students from the Nicholas School, the Stanford School, the law school, Fuqua, and the philosophy department this year. Um, and what we do is it's a mixture of content, education, and practical experience. So we spend the semester learning about the climate change negotiations all the way back to what Jonathan was speaking about earlier, and then we prepare the students to participate in the COPs by pairing them with different client organizations. the conservation of nature, the World Bank, International Energy Agency, International Center for Trade and Sustainable Development, and a few others, helping them out with research, text drafting, text drafting, um, tracking different issues throughout the negotiations, and our students even got to speak on a number of panels at side events at the COP, which was a really unique experience this year. So, um, with that mindset, I'm going to talk about three major takeaways that I took from participating in this COP. This was my third COP, and there were a couple of things that I noticed that were really markedly different from previous um, previous conferences. The first is the role of private industry, and they were highly involved in this COP, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. The second is the evolving U.S. position, which I think is very interesting for a lot of people here, and a lot of people in this room, and how the role that the U.S. has taken in these negotiations has changed over time, and I'll talk a little bit about what I see for next steps, but leave some of that for Billy as well. mention is the role of private industry. So there was a much more significant role and attendance of private industry at this COP compared to prior COPs, which I found very interesting. Companies like Facebook and Google had booths all over. They were doing side events. They were presenting their solutions for climate change. But beyond that, there was a sense of collective action among companies that attended the COP, and they were really pushing for clear commitments from governments on the policies that would be coming to regulate climate change. So most specifically, carbon prices. Carbon pricing and the implementation of different carbon markets. We somewhat surprisingly, there's a lot of private industry support for these kinds of carbon pricing mechanisms, but they really just want to know what it's going to look like so they can plan for their investments. So that was one of the main messages that we got um, from the private businesses that were attending the COP. Um, and then also a major recognition from the policy side on the role that the businesses private industry to get us all the way to uh, to the safety mark, so that um, by sorry by uh, developing new technologies and really driving consumer behaviors as much as possible. So that was a really interesting new dynamic at COP21. Another great perspective that we got as the students that were attending is we were able to have a lot of really wonderful meetings with representatives from the U.S. and other delegations. Some Brian helped connect us to a number of those. We met with the EPA administrator, Gina McCarthy. We met with the head of the White House's Council on Environmental Quality. We met with several members of the State Department and several key U.S. negotiators. And from those meetings, we got a really in-depth kind of under the curtain look at the U.S.'s negotiating position, and it really I was really impressed by how much it's changed from, for example, the Kyoto Protocol, or even since Copenhagen 2009. The U.S. really wants to be seen as a leader in climate change. big push by the U.S. government officials there on the clean power plan, and a lot of confidence that it will be maintained in the court. So that was really great to see. Um, we did get some interesting insights on their hard lines. Um, so they had a lot of hard lines on um, the legal nature of the agreement, in that if we have legally mandated emissions reductions, it's not going to get through the Senate ratification process right now. So that was a really clear point of the U.S. Negotiators, that it couldn't be the emissions reduction part of the agreement couldn't be legally binding, and then also there was a big push from developing countries for more compensation, especially for loss and damages, and the U.S. was a bit of a hard line on that as well, but they were able to maintain those hard lines and still come out with a pretty ambitious agreement. So that was a really interesting perspective that we were there's commitment uh, to collect over $100 billion per year in the next 5 after the next 5 years, and the international community is not really close to that. So there's a lot of questions on how we'll get there. Monitoring and transparency. This is a completely country-driven process, and right now there's not a lot of clarity on how we're going to keep that transparency open, and how these countries are going to meet their climate, their emissions agreements, and then as Brian was mentioning, this ratcheting up process where they're going to come back every 5 years and review their pledges and try to get closer to the 2-degree goals. This is going to be very, very interesting. So we're really excited to keep students engaged in this process. Besides the practicum, I think that there's a lot of opportunities right now for students to engage in research collaborations, especially I think interesting would be looking at how these goals are going to be implemented, both in the U.S. and in other countries. There's some work on that right now, but I think it's a really right place where students can kind of think about going forward.
there's a coalition of companies called the US. They're affiliated with something called the US Global Compact on uh, that came to the COP to talk about the desire for carbon pricing, and another of our colleagues uh, do Deb Gallagher was very involved in working with those companies on their statements on carbon in Paris. Deb couldn't make this panel because of some logistics, but I want to make sure we acknowledge her. I think just foreshadow. I think the idea that this is the treaty is something we should really unpack a little more. Maybe Billy will talk to it. Not treaty that went the same ratification, but then what does it mean? Why do we know it's going to make the progress that its ambitions forecast? So, but Drew,
Thanks, Tim. Thank, thank you all for coming out. I want to start a little bit talking about the issue of the target as well that Brian already brought up in particular. Um, intended contributions beforehand. So a lot of the physical scientists got there and joked, well, I guess all we're here to do is sign what we already agreed to before we got to Paris. And obviously there was a lot more that got accomplished, how often we meet and how often we review. But the target was really one of the areas where there was actually a lot of interesting discussion and debate. And so I just wanted to add to a little bit of that my impression of that, you know, it was quite interesting discussion because in some ways it's very easy thing to agree on because it's a long way down the line. So there was a unusual confluence of very ambitious industrialized developed countries like the European Union and the United States as well, pushing for this. The small island states that, you know, this is an existential there's a lot of good reasons to do that. And then just not talk so much about how the current pathway is well above so obviously this, you know, as Brian and another said, this is a step, and we know that it has to be, it has to be stronger, but we will meet again in for every 5 years or so, and we have the idea is to strengthen the commitments, but there is certainly no guarantee that this target will ever become reality. Um, and so that was quite an interesting, uh, interesting thing. I wanted to bring that up in part also because I wanted to talk briefly about the role of science, physical science in particular, at the COP, partially because that's something you might contribute to in the future. And I think the science did contribute somewhat on this target, in addition to the factors I just mentioned. There was a bunch of new research on particular impacts such as cryosphere, melting particular, we have a lot better capability to do that than we did even 5, 10 years ago. When we can monitor from satellite carbon fluxes around the world, we can monitor methane from things like fracking. You know, we can monitor a lot of different stuff that's going on. And when we have monitored, we found that often the reported emissions don't seem very accurate. So there's a lot of push to do that, and there was really no willingness to accept that. That was considered by many to be an infringement on national kind of sovereignty and claiming places weren't trustworthy, etc., etc. So that one was an area where science didn't seem to have a broad impact. Speaking of broad impacts, the last thing I wanted to mention was the context of broader impacts, and this is something that Jonathan brought up at the beginning as well, and came up with the forest work in particular. How does forestry and control of land use relate to broader goals? That came up as well in a lot of the discussions, especially with the climate and clean air coalition, which notable groups at each end on how much that should be emphasized. So there were there were people like Jerry Brown, the governor of California, talking about how California's pledges would really be good for the state citizens because they would lead to clean air. They would lead to more compact cities with greater mobility. They would lead to better jobs and better economic development for California. And climate was also there, but it wasn't this kind of, well, everything else is a co-benefit to climate, as we sometimes hear talked about. It was really everything else is front and center. And there were others too that were really talking about how climate is one aspect of sustainable development goals, but it's only one. And if you look at things like clean city, healthy cities is one of the targets. Poverty alleviation, especially the poorest who tend to use solid fuels, which are very dirty and alleviation of energy poverty as well as financial poverty is really one of the goals for that development agenda. If that is to take place in a climate-friendly way, not so clear. So there were others, however, who seemed to favor the much narrower focus. UN framework is really the framework convention on climate change, not on sustainable development. So if we go back to Rio, Jonathan mentioned, that was covering a broad array of environmental topics. The framework convention has a narrow focus on one of those. And there were some that seemed to really favor that
around. So Billy, um, Pizer is a professor at the San Francisco School and faculty fellow at Nicholson Institute. And I don't know what your first cop was. I'm sure you'll tell us, but I think Billy and I first met at a cop, if I can't remember. Uh, and, or maybe in The Hague, which was a half cop or something like that. But um, but that has been involved since very early in the process as well. So as a view from whence we came, but also I think very good view where we may go on this. So, Billy?
Sure. Well, first of all, I'd like to like the other panelists thank the organizers for putting together a great panel uh, and an opportunity to talk with you and also all of you for coming and making this very, very successful. Um, I'd also like to put in a shameless plug for vast connections and energy. Emily already plugged the climate change class. Um, but there's some great opportunities to get involved on climate change on campus and vast connections and energy, and also I have a particular project with Tim that's looking at carbon pricing opportunities here at Duke. So if you're really interested in how you can do things at Duke,
of the is for the government, and half of the is, you know, is an independent agent. Um, not quite sure which is better. You get better access when you work for the government. That's for sure. Um, and so it does give me some perspective on these questions of where we came from. But the main point actually that they asked me to talk about was head. I will say this about the accomplishments in Paris. I think um, you know, if you take anything away from this today, I would say take away the fact that we now have in place an agreement that's going to secure regular commitments, contributions um, from all major emitters. And that's something we haven't had in the 20 some odd years that these negotiations have been taking place. And it is a huge development. Uh, uh, and it may not be as ambitious as everybody likes, but to have that framework in place for every 5 years, people have to recommit what they're going to do, and it doesn't exclude China and That's big. That was very, very successful. I think it is true, and others have suggested uh, uh, ambition is lacking um, in the current agreement. Um, we could talk about cost effectiveness during the Q&A. That would be a good topic there. Um, so what do we need going forward to get more ambition? And I would I would hone in on one thing. Our multi-piece thing. And that is good information and analysis of country pledges and country action. Emily already alluded to the fact that this is one of the undeveloped ideas in the agreement that we'll see more about in the future. But let me elaborate a little bit. So why is information and analysis of country pledges and actions so important? Two real reasons. The first is going back to the theme here. This is not a binding international agreement. If you could ever have one, Jonathan can tell us we can never have such a thing. This is people coming to the table with their little pot as Drew said, there wasn't any negotiation so what what makes people do anything in this sort of circumstance? And I would argue that one of the real reasons we need this information and analysis is public scrutiny. Uh, that is the thing that keeps people coming back to the table, doing what they say they're going to do, and maybe doing more in the future. Is the knowledge that someone's going to look over their shoulder and shine a light on it. Uh, and that scrutiny is a very important reason we need this public information analysis. The second reason we need it is reciprocity. In this new world where everybody's coming to the table and they're putting some action on the table, and then in 5 years they're going to put something else. What is it that countries are going to be looking at when they decide themselves what to do? Some of it will be the light shining over their shoulder, but another piece of it is what other countries are doing. And so both to energize countries themselves to do things, but also to give them the confidence to pledge more in the future. We need to have good information about what everybody's doing and how comparable it is. Because this reductions below 1990. Which is bigger? Which represents more effort? Are they comparable in any sense? We don't know that. You don't know that looking at those pledges. That takes a lot of analysis. And it's time consuming. Let me just say that. But it's going to be that kind of analysis that's going to give the United States, give the European Union, and give other countries the confidence that everybody is really doing their fair share. And so somehow we have to come up with mechanisms to do that. The second thing is so you 5 years from now, 10 years from now, whatever, we see that yes, the U.S. has done their 20, they've met their 27% target. The EU has met their 40% target. Whatever. How do we know that was because of policies or because of just random chance? There's lots of things that happen. There are nuclear disasters. There are discovered shale deposits. There are all these things are, batteries. There's all these things that are happening, some of which are encouraged by technology, some of which are random actions. And when countries look around to see whether or not other countries have met their the countries themselves may learn from them, or other countries may learn from them. If they're not working, or if they have ways they can be made more efficient, that's going to be a very important lesson to learn. So how do we get these two things? Um, as Emily was suggesting, the best case scenario would be this would be part of the UN framework. There would be modalities, you know, and other things that were part of the agreement that would review and analyze and report on what everybody's doing. The way it works right now, if you read Article 13 of the Paris Agreement, which you might be, doing in your spare time. They have regular self-reporting, so countries not only do self-pledges, they do self-reporting, telling you what they've done. There is a technical review of those reports. Basically, they dotted their I's and they crossed their T's, and they to a large extent did what they at least said they were going to do on paper. But there's not really a hard nosed review. That would come under these new things that are supposed to be negotiated at the first meeting of the Paris Agreement parties. I guess that would be next year or whenever examples within the UN. There are examples out of the UN, the way the IMF, for example, does surveillance of countries, or the OECD does reports on countries. There are lots of models out there that could be incorporated by the UN for official reviews. And surveillance. But I think there's a real question going forward about whether the UN will take this on, or whether or not it's going to be left to third parties, like people at Duke University or other entities, to do this kind of analysis and present it. So, looking forward in the road ahead, I would say the biggest issue is really information and analysis of what countries pledge to do and what they actually do. It would be great to have this as part
that is the greater job killing regulation. And that program is going to have to go into uh, effect somewhere in the next 4 years. So how how durable is Paris to all the political vagaries of things that have, but particularly given the United States centrality in the negotiations that was described here. How durable is the Paris Agreement if we have a change presidential leadership in 2017? Brian?
I'll take a crack at it. Um, so think about two important dimensions of it. One is the commitment, and the second is the implementation of that commitment. And so we've seen, we've had regimes in the past that have been heavy on commitment. We had the Kyoto Protocol, which had heavy commitments, and some countries lived up to them, and some didn't. I think about Canada. Canada had an ambitious target it set for itself, and then it did absolutely nothing domestically to achieve those targets. And then when the time was time came to report, they said, sorry, we're not going to do it. is a Weight Watchers convention where you know you have everybody commits to doing good or losing weight. But the important thing is about it is the, the Weight Watchers conventions, they 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 go back and they get weighed every week, and they and they're they're sort of held accountable to the extent possible, and which which really leads to the, the, the next most important thing is, or the most important thing is implementing on those commitments, implementing on the agreement that was formed. One of the so Jonathan talked about how Copenhagen was a failure um, for one reason. For, for one reason, and that was that it set a new platform that was bound to succeed. No, but bound to succeed, but maybe did succeed in some way. Another thing came out of one of the meetings I was at in Paris, which is had it not been for turning this thing from this top-down set of emissions targets, go figure out how to get it done. And instead to this bottom-up, here's what we're going to do, and here's what we're going to do is just simply a matter of saying we're going to reduce emissions by this much. Some countries came to the table, and for the first time in their existence had a multi-year planning process for how they were going to reduce, how they were going to go on a low carbon trajectory for economic development. Ethiopia has a really impressive transportation plan. Now it needs funding from the international community to make it work. But they never really would have kind of gone to the trouble of figuring out what that was. Had they had things not been turned on their head from a top down to a bottom up system. So we talk about bottom up, meaning countries came to the table and made their obligations. But even within country, it was a bottom up view, and the transportation sector, and the power sector, and the industrial sector, all had sort of sub-plans that were glommed together and, and made a national plan. So commitment and implementation. Yeah, I would say two. I would say two things. I mean, first of all, I mean, for the accord itself, I mean, for the agreement itself, I don't think it has a huge consequence. I think for the ambition in the future, it may. And so that's something to think about. The U.S. goes this way, it's going to affect where the world goes, and the U.S. goes that way, it's going to affect where the world goes. My second comment is just to keep in mind that
there's nothing sacred about campaign promises. When they start making, when you start making commitments or statements as president of the United States, that is significant. So, you know, I I think back to when I started at the beginning of I worked in the beginning of the Bush administration. And, you know, campaign uh, campaign person Bush was very pro environment. Came into office and kind of went the other direction. So you could look at him as turning the wrong W. Yes. Sorry. 2001. I'm not that old. Um, I would have been 22. Um, so, you know, I think it's just important to keep in mind that at the end of the day, people may not be quite as far practice uh, as we think, and as anybody can tell you, most of the major pieces of environmental legislation come from Republican presidents. So maybe lurking in the shadows of one of these uh, uh, these candidates Forum. Third, it's not really um, uh, clearly correlated with the form of the international agreement. So if the international agreement were uh, termed um, a treaty not only at the international level, but also within national law. So there, there's a distinction between what counts as a treaty internationally and an agreement among countries that they uh, uh, that they intend to be governed by international law is a treaty versus what counts as a treaty under national law, such as in the United States under the U.S. Constitution, what requires Senate ratification.
domestic policies that it is announced so far to try to reduce U.S. greenhouse gas emissions are executive branch actions. They are also rooted in congressional authorization in the U.S. Clean Air Act. Uh, 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 authorizing and delegating authority to the Environmental Protection Agency to issue rules such as the Clean Power Plan. And it's not that easy to once that rule becomes a final rule, it can be challenged in court. We'll see how that litigation plays out, but it's not that easy for the next administration to just undo uh, 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 to rescind those regulations. There would be further challenges to the attempt at rescission. And also the politics will shift once the rule is in place. And as Emily mentioned, a lot of there are a lot of industry voices of different types of industries who will be in favor of retaining uh, those domestic policies like the Clean Power Plan. So it will be interesting question. Uh, even if there is a next administration with very different views.
jump over
I think Emily did.
Emily?
Yes. So I just have a little bit of input from my experience working on the loss and damage issue, which is not transparency, but uses a lot of the same language about building on collective experience. And I think that um, there's a big push in the UNFCCC to create these frameworks and these institutions that allow knowledge sharing between among developing countries, between developed and developing countries. Um, and I know the loss and damage mechanism that's being created, um, the core part of that is really uh, an institution that will allow for knowledge sharing, research sharing, best practice sharing. Um, so I think that there's I, I think that the this reference here to building on collective experience has been reiterated in a lot of different areas, and I would see it as building um, you know, being like a, a, a knowledge sharing mechanism in terms of transparency and implementation. And I think that ones who were very mostly concerned about being able to fulfill these transparency goals, and I think that setting up some kind of institution that will allow for best practice sharing and that is part of what this is getting at.
I would make a comment that I asked Jonathan to correct me. Um, because I read that I was looking at Article 13 uh, when I was kind of trying to make notes for this, and I was actually disappointed with Article 13 in the sense that uh, you know, in the Copenhagen Accord, there was explicit language about what the review process would actually look like. Um, and here you have a list of things that are collective experience and all these things that say what we should be looking towards as we develop these new modalities. But there is actually no commitment to any sort of peer gone. Um, so I actually read this as a pretty weak uh, uh, review mechanism right now. Uh, and the fact that they reference previous experiences is great, but that's probably a placeholder for one person getting their ideas in there. That doesn't commit them to doing any particular thing.
Sir, I have a curiosity just observing this panel and, and goes to Drew's comments about the technology and science and where we are in our ability to um, assess the emissions from from an individual country, you know, uh, from space or from other technologies. You know, is there, you know, where, where's the line between sovereignty and our ability to make public transparent information out there, and is it, if not by governments, could the independent bodies come forward with the information such that some of the transparency would then become just part of the public record? I mean, are we got that capability? Is it more of a sovereignty concern, or was it?
Well, I think we have that capability, and I think that's probably that's the the bright side is that probably final test of what I'm reporting is going to be somebody else's satellite, because I'm not launching my own satellite. And somebody's going to use some algorithm to process it that I don't really understand, and I don't have the technical expertise. But I'm not, I'm unwilling to let somebody else determine the final number.
Just to put a point on that, I mean, in the lead up to Copenhagen, where I know what was going through everybody's minds. Are now more. Um, the U.S. knew all this stuff. The U.S. could have figured this stuff out. The U.S. could have reported what countries were doing, but they wanted the language in the Copenhagen Accord because they wanted to make sure that that information had legitimacy in the international process. And all the stuff that we put together, all the stuff that a single country puts together is great. It's informative. It may be the best we can do. But getting something into an official process is different. It means a lot more. And that's why I think it would be